1, 2, 3, 4. Англійська мова. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Понимаешь, что имеешь. Старый пец. Никто не отменял. Нам нужно найти кнопку. Поговори со мною, мама, о чем-нибудь поговори. Есть от нас? Какой спич? Про Париж расскажи. La cigale ayant chanté tout l'été se trouva fort dépourvue quand la bise fut venue. Pas un seul petit morceau de mousseau de vermisseau. Elle alla crier famine chez la fourmi sa voisine. На здоровье. А. А с другой стороны, это же вечная тема. Который я построил 2 квартиры. Ну, на коррупции можно ты построить. Не туда потекло. Я слышу переводчика. Я слышу переводчика. Слышу голос. Скажи переводчик. Как это подготовить? Украинский процесс в оригинале, скажем, переводит на русский. Кстати, почему нарисуют наказание? Нашел кого-то спросить. Трансляции оригинала слышно то, что говорит переводчик. А обычно, если по умолчанию, то украинский. Пока что вообще irrelevant. Причем конкретно irrelevant. Не делайте, чтобы не надо. Трансляции оригинала, там где он должен быть только один. Переводчик. В том анекдоте, когда киллер сидит в засаде, должен прийти в жертву, что нет, волноваться. Скажите, когда зала разговаривает на английском, то это переводчик. Я так и сказал. А я понял, что сегодня плохо так все работает. Сегодня день работника радио и телевидения. Вся техника поломалась. Winter on fire. Нет. А шо? А я вчера мне сказал клиентка. Ну, короче, я пойду почитаю там. Что чтешь? Avoiding Anna. Серьезно, наверное. Монументальненько. Даже тогда. Ты же далеко не будешь ходить? Здесь. Я просто хочу... Я к свету хочу подойти, потому что здесь темно, как 4. Я просто схожу, кофе возьму. Легко. Супер. Я по этом. Ура.
Получается, в левом канале, короче, английский, в правом переводчик. Надо идти с ним.
Зайка, слышишь, а ты, может быть, мотнись тогда, купи какой нужно кран. Я не знаю, я показал на фотке, мне такой дали. А я потом тоже вернул. Так проблема в том, что длинный очень этот вот гусак сам, да? Подешевше, чи подорожче? Ну, это стоило 430 рублей. Подорожче это что, 1000 гривен отдавать? Я не знаю. На съемную хату. Ну ладно, что-то подумаем. Хорошо. Ну давай, Зайка.
Хорошо себя чувствуешь? Знаешь, это была моя гарнитура. Чувак, мне в трансляции обязательно. Я не буду врать, что сидеть на лицо. Нету. Нету толпа. Чувак, это была моя гарнитура.
Надо с ним общаться.
Хорошо, а мне как общаться вообще со всеми? Веселые парни, блядь. Приди со стола забрать и рассказывать, я ее нацепил на себя.
Я прихожу, лежит гарнитура без дела.
В смысле без дела? Потому что
Короче, операции нет, лежит гарнитура.
Потому что я ее дал Антону на стейджмен. Антон занес, положил мне на стол.
Короче, мне гарнитура.
Ну, окей, тогда и раз.
Может,
Тогда будете со мной связываться телепатически.
Надеюсь, нет. Или полчаса и все. Никто не знает, что будет. А? Кто не знает, что будет.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I propose that we can start our panel, a discussion on the issues of the prevention of corruption. And I believe that mostly this is the biggest part, an issue that is one of the key elements in fighting corruption in Ukraine, starting from prevention, then investigating, and then the last one, but not the least, is zero tolerance to corruption, which we should speak about on regional level also. So, first of all, let me introduce to you our distinguished guests in the panel, and shortly
гостей.
okay, yes, can you hear me? Represent our distinguished guests and speak about all the work that they have done in
І
the sphere of preventing
поговоримо
and
про
combating
всю
corruption in
роботу,
different
яку вони
countries.
проводять в
First
різних
of all,
країнах. Перш за
Mr.
все, це
Alvils
пан
Trikaris
Авел
is
Стрикаріс,
leading the policy planning division of the corruption prevention
підрозділ
and combating bureau of
політики,
Latvia.
планування і
This
боротьби з
division is mostly
корупцією в
responsible for
Латвії.
the
Цей
implementation of
підрозділ
three main
здебільшого
functions of
відповідає
the
за
bureau:
реалізацію
policy
трьох
planning,
основних
implementation of
завдань.
the
Це
international
планування політики,
requirements, EU,
міжнародні
Greco,
вимоги,
OECD, and others,
відповідність до
and of course
ЄС,
training
Греко
of
і інших,
officials
і,
and
звичайно,
training of
підготовка,
public,
підготовка
conduction of different social campaigns in Latvia.
держслужбовців та продовжує
Mr. Silvio
проведення.
Young-Popa is
Silvio
working
Young-Popa
with the National Integrity Agency
це
of Romania since the institution was
Національне
established in
агентство
that country.
чесності Румунії.
In 2008-2013, he
Воно
was the advisor
з
to the
7 по
president of the
13
agency,
роки
and
він
starting
був
2013
радником
holds the position of
голови
communication,
цього
public
відомства,
relations, and strategy
і
director
тепер
of that agency.
є
Mr. Quentin Reed
директором стратегічного
has been
планування.
practicing
Пан Квентон Рін
anti-corruption governance consultants
практикує
since the latest 90s,
консультування
following
в галузі
prize-winning doctoral
управління,
studies on corruption
починаючи з
in post-communist countries.
2007
His most
року. Він
important probably sphere of
його найголовніша
experience is
сфера і
anti-corruption
досвід
technical
це
assistance project,
антикорупційні
and he's an
проекти.
expert on
Він є
corruption
експертом
measurement,
в
also including
вимірюванні рівня
surveys,
корупції,
risk
в тому
assessment,
числі і
anti-corruption policy
проведення
development and
опитування,
coordination.
оцінку
Quentin is
ризиків.
a regular guest
Квентин
trainer and
є
expert
постійним
for the Council of Europe. Mr. Javier Inglebed began his career as an analyst on European affairs at the Ministry of Defense. He joined the Prime Minister's services in 2010, first at the Directorate for Media Development and then at the General Secretariat for Defense and National Security, and eventually at the General Secretariat for European Affairs. Currently, Mr. Javier is advisor at the Central Service for the Prevention of Corruption, placed with the Ministry of Justice, where he leads expertise on international anti-corruption issues and monitors the implementations of EU treaty commitments. And last but not least, Ms. Olga Savran, she's the manager of the Anti-Corruption Network for Eastern Europe and Central Asia, based at the Anti-Corruption Division of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. In this capacity, she leads the program of peer review known as Istanbul Anti-Corruption Action Plan, program of thematic studies on prevention of corruption in public administration and in the private service. So, dear guests, let me start with asking some questions which can lead our discussion about how we can build an effective system of corruption prevention in Ukraine. And my first question is to Mr. Alvils, and we know that recently in Latvia there was the social campaign "Start with Yourself, Do Not Allow," which was held aim to encourage the society not to allow the corruption actions to happen. And as far as we know, more than 160,000 people participated in that campaign. And we now are thinking about our anti-corruption strategy. Maybe you can advise us what was good and what can be used from that experience from Latvia?
Maybe I can start that those social campaigns we have every year, something new that people who see name of KNAB always recognizes us with something else, not with same thing all the time. But those campaigns um, can never be perfect. There are always some things that should be better, and so every new year we are thinking what will be next campaign and what will people see and how will they maintain this with themselves, not only with some politicians, not only with um, public officials, but what can me as citizen do to prevent corruption somehow. And last year was one campaign, year before was another, and next year will be next one. And main reason for them is to remind people that KNAB is active and it's not on one note, and that it's changing and going forward.
Thank you. So as far as I know, you want to present some experience of yours. So let's start with the presentation on development of anti-corruption strategies.
Okay. I hope no one minds that I will use my note as well. First question talking about anti-corruption strategies is to figure out who and why need them. Are we exact people who are subjects of those anti-corruption strategies? Like nowadays, anti-corruption strategies and action plans are more common in Eastern Europe, in Central Asia, as well as in other regions in world where corruption is considered widespread and present at all levels of society and politics. But anti-corruption programs are less frequent in Western Europe and Northern American countries, where corruption is relatively less of a common problem and existing institutions cope with in most cases. This simple example shows us that anti-corruption programs are relevantly more necessary in countries where problem of corruption is bigger, larger, and it becomes not that much necessary in those countries which are, let's say, a step forward with dealing with corruption and with anti-corruption strategies and developments. And this point where maybe a country can stop looking for anti-corruption strategies is that it is really sure that anti-corruption mechanisms works very well. And for example, Latvia had no anti-corruption strategy for year 2014, but it didn't mean that anti-corruption politics and anti-corruption mechanisms didn't work. They worked very well. And also, on the other hand, it doesn't mean that Latvia doesn't need anti-corruption strategies anymore. No, we already have we just adopted new anti-corruption strategy 2015 until 2020. And also international organizations always want to see that new members have anti-corruption strategies. They work as insurance that the country points out anti-corruption as one of most important things in development of countries. economics and countries' politics themselves. Council of Europe have made Greco, which is huge and very important player in this field. Also, there's OECD. Latvia is trying to get in this one right now at this moment. There also is United Nations, who have their recommendations and principles. For example, United Nations Convention Against Corruption, Article 5, it says that here it is, each state party shall, in accordance with the fundamental principles of its legal system, develop and implement or maintain effective, coordinated anti-corruption policies that promote the participation of society and reflect the principles of the rule of law, proper management of public affairs and public property, integrity, transparency, and accountability. And those are things that shall be provided in policy planning documents. It, it even doesn't matter how this document is called. For example, most common anti-corruption strategies may be called as strategies, as action plans, as programs, as concepts. For example, one of first I would say anti-corruption policy planning document was made in Ukraine. It was named Anti-Corruption Concept for 1998-2005. Right now, which is about 10 years later, our national anti-corruption strategies and action plans are legally binding documents adopted at the highest level of executive branch by government resolutions or presidential decree. I would say that the next challenge for the public officials responsible for the development and implementation of the strategies and action plans is to strike the right balance between the political and technocratic approaches. Today, I would say anti-corruption policy documents are relatively comprehensive and very well structured. What are most common parts in anti-corruption strategies? There are usually two main parts, which is firstly prevention of corruption and secondly combating of corruption. In prevention part, there usually are those five main points that you can see on the screen. It is first integrity, public service and judiciary, and investigating and prosecutors integrity as well, and which is all public service. Another thing is public procurement, transparency, which is access to information, whistleblower regulation and protection, lobbying regulation, and most of all transparency of lobbying. Then the political corruption, dealing against it, control of finances of political parties, control of pre-election campaigns, and fifth thing is education or training of public officials, education of all society about anti-corruption deeds and so on. And other thing is combating corruption, which is working more with restrictions, working more with law, defining what is corruptive crimes, which not, and also putting and changing focus on those fields which should be more uh, worked on, where should be investigations and so on. Um, because I'm here representing anti-corruption agency of Latvia, and I can give you example for um, short overview on um, our last anti-corruption strategy, which is named, as I said before, Corruption Preventing and Combating Program 2015-2020, and there are 5 sub-objectives, uh, 15 courses of action, and um, it all includes 112 tasks. I will not say you about all 112 tasks, because it will take I think all day till evening, but I can shortly overview those 5 sub objectives that are in our program. And they are: firstly, ensure public administration's policy of human resource management that excludes motivation for corruption activities, and direction of activity is there is a review of scope of persons subject to the preventive anti-corruption measures, improvement of the public administration's human resource management, thus prompting ethical principles and reducing the risks of corruption and conflict of interest. Second sub-objective is to create and improve an independent international control system to limit cases of corruption or defrauding of financial resources, including the European Union and other foreign financial resources in public, municipal, and private sector. Which is new, we are trying more work with implementation of anti-corruption measures in private sector, which is something very hard to do, because usually our anti-corruption agencies work with public officials, with public sector, but in Latvia we have this new challenge to try to work more and more also in private sector. Third sub-objective is ensure inevitability of penalties of offences related to the abuse of official power and for unlawful use of power, setting of effective, proportionate, and dissuasive administrative or criminal penalties for offences committed, prevention of laundering of proceedings of crime, and promotion of possibilities to recover the proceedings of crime, effective operation of the preventive anti-corruption organizations, and provision of their independence. And fifth sub-objective is limit the power of money in the politics. And for this we have direction activities such as ensuring of the transparency of financing of political organizations, and reducing of the role of money in politics, and also promoting social involvement in the policy creation process. What else can I say? It's impossible to monitor and evaluate anti-corruption strategy by only one organization. Therefore, there must be always delegating responsibility in many fields. Uh, it, it should be that for some activities are responsible government, for some activities uh, ministries, every ministry for something, with all institutions. There are also very good player in this field is NGOs and medias, and they always promote more transparency, uh, and there must be very good control mechanism of implementation of strategies, um, because one thing is uh, like external mechanism of measuring and implementing anti-corruption strategies, but another thing is inside of every organization that every organization and every institution have to have some special strategy for themselves, and they uh, have to take responsibility for dealing with their inside anti-corruption measures and strategies. And next thing is also reporting, which is a very important thing in um, uh, evaluation of all measures that are in anti-corruption strategy. And the question is who have to report to whom, and uh, there can be reports to government, to parliament, there can be reports to higher institutions, but most important, if those reports are mostly public, that all society can see uh, what any institution have done in field of implementing anti-corruption strategy. And I will finish with that. So I know that time is limited here.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Elvis, for your presentation. I think we should save more time for the questions from the audience that you can participate actively in the discussion. But I will pass the word now to Mr. Sylvia. And as far as I know, we are considering the impressive performance of the National Integrity Agency of Romania. So please share with us this experience, because for us this is a big issue to make our new institutions on anti-corruption effective.
So, thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting us here. It's also our first time that we are present here in Ukraine, and we are very happy that we can share with you our best practices and our experience in the field of integrity. Before my my presentation will be displayed on the screens. I would like to say that there is about many things in our countries, in Ukraine and Romania. There is about many things in the region, and also there is about many things in Europe. But one of these things, which involves us all, is the corruption and its effect of the fight against corruption. The economic cost of the corruption only in European Union is estimated at about 120 billion euros. This is the annual budget of the European Union. So, in our opinion, the socio-economic level of the society became very complex within the last years. The fight against corruption isn't about judges and prosecutors anymore, about laws and codes of conduct. It is about many things, and I will show you throughout my presentations how we managed to put into place an integrity system that some of you consider it to be successful. I consider it to be successful, but only to our country, to our reality. So the Romanian integrity system is formed on 4 pillars. The first one is based on the public assets and interest disclosures. The second one is related to the administrative investigation of conflicts of interest, incompatibilities, and unjustified assets. This means identification and sanctioning, and exercising an important follow-up on these cases. The third is based on prevention and education measures. And the last one, but not least, the cooperation among the stakeholders, agencies, NGOs, press, journalists, politicians, and so on. And I will explain into more detail throughout my presentation. So the first question I receive every time I go abroad is, why National Integrity Agency? Why do we need such an agency in our countries, in our systems? So we answer them that several laws, codes of ethics, and transparency measures that were adopted by the Romanian government between 1996 and 2007 turned out to be ineffective. Also, there was a huge external pressure, a good pressure, for efficient anti-corruption policies. Given the fact that we entered NATO, given the fact that we entered the European Union in 2007, more and more international donors asked ourselves to implement reforms, real reforms, and to take action in the matter of anti-corruption. Also, we had a huge problem, internal problem. The corruption was endemic. We had, and we still have, public acquisition fraud. We have nepotism issues. We confronted the lack of real transparency, the unjustified wealth of the person who have public positions, and the conflict of interest, and so many other. Like I said, the work of prosecutors wasn't enough to tackle corruption. Why am I saying that? Because we faced the real problem from the politicians. When we were established and we start releasing files and to sanction people, the politicians came to TV and said, why do we have to work with an agency? We have the prosecutors, we have the criminal code, that's enough. And of course, a very low compliance level. And now I want to give you some facts and statistical information. In Romania, there are almost 40 categories of public officials and public servants that have the obligations to submit assets and interest disclosures, starting with the president of the country, his councillors, prime minister, ministries, state secretaries, and so on. Basically, everyone who has the public power in Romania must disclose their assets and their interests. Annually, we received minimum 305,000 assets and interest disclosures, and we received in electoral years almost 1 million, because every candidate must submit a form like this. So we decided to make full transparency of these declarations. We posted them online on a public portal. We have about 5 million documents posted today, and every month we have almost 20,000 page views, mostly of them coming from press journalists, investigative journalists. The asset and interest disclosures are important because every investigation starts with its analysis. And we opened over 13,000 investigation files since 2010. A key factor for our agency was that we had full access to documents and information managed either by public or private institutions. When we make an evaluation, we collect such kind of information, and every institution is obliged to submit us the information. We recently made a breakthrough when we succeeded in identifying a secret account of an important mayor in Romania, a secret account in Israel, amounting $1 million. So we have a precedent in making these kinds of exchange of data and information with other countries. Of course, we are just an administrative institution, and all our acts that we issue can be challenged before courts. And our investigations can lead to several sanctions that varies from removal from office, confiscation of assets, salary reductions, or sometimes penal sentence in cases where we refer to the prosecutors, the acts. Here you can see a brief history, and I want to relate this problem with what a previous speaker said, that anti-corruption is a marathon, not a sprint. So we have the legislation of disclosing assets and interests since 1996, but that time the declarations weren't public, and if someone was to reveal information from the forms to the press, for example, it will be subject to penal sentences. So they only become public in 2003, and of course nothing happens until 2007, where it was a shift of paradigm. The National Integrity Agency is established. In 2008, the agency applies the first sanctions for failure to disclose assets and interests. In 2009, the online public portal is established. In 2010, we have the first stone in our road. Ani's law, or several articles from our law, become unconstitutional. The Constitutional Court criticized was that it does not respect the private life of the person. So after 2010, there were introduced some measures in this respect. The personal identification number and the addresses of the buildings that public official had were anonymized. So you see that the legislation was amended in 2010. In 2012, we designed the first special online section for candidates disclosures, and a measure that Ukraine, I heard out that they are going to implement. We put it into force in 2014 when we introduced electronic form for assets and interest forms. But there is a problem right now. We have the forms, we have the intelligent form, but we do not have a change in the legislation, because in the legislation it is said that a form can only be signed by hand. Even if you have a judicial, behavior of the act when it is online, when you print it with a digital signature, it does not comport any judicial behavior. So we will have to change the legislation in order to put this thing. Of course, in 2015, the online public portal reaches 5 million disclosures. So the forms are submitted every year, no later than 15th of June, or upon entering and leaving the office. And of course, when running for public offices, we're running for president, European Parliament elections, national Parliament elections, and local elections. The asset disclosure include information about real estate, financial assets, debts, incomes, movables, and gifts. And interest disclosures must contain information about positions held within public or private environment, and contracts signed with the state, either by the declarant or his family. You can see here guide of the process of submitting a declarations. First, in every institution, there is a special appointed person which collects these declarations and gives guidance onto completion. This form is then submitted to the appointed person and then to the National Integrity Agency, which posts them online. And of course, it receives copies of assets and interest disclosures. You can see here how things evolved from 2008 up to this moment. So I will move on with other statistical information. Like I said, we verify, we identify, and then we sanction the integrity incidents. We call these integrity incidents incompatibilities, conflicts of interest, and unjustified assets, a reasonable way of preventing other serious corruption deeds such as laundering, abuse of power, and so on. We have cases and incompatibilities where one person holds two positions that excludes themselves. For example, you cannot be a mayor and a local councillor. You cannot be a deputy and an administrator of a private company. These interdictions are provided by specific laws. We finalized over 100 cases. As you can see, members of the parliament, government officials, and public servants lost their mandate. This is a premiere in our country, a parliament, a member of the legislative to lose its mandate over one simple fact of incompatibility. And many high-ranking officials are nowadays under the 3 years ban of exercising public function because this is complementary to the ban of removal from the position. In conflict of interest, we have both administrative and penal in Romanian legislation. More than 500 cases finalized. We had some cases where 20 members of the parliament uh, were sent to the court by the prosecutors because they hired their own relatives to the parliamentary cabinets, and the court disposed several penalties with suspended prison for this deed. Last month, we sent to the prosecutors other 32 cases of this kind of conflicts of interest. And of course, the last one, unjustified assets, which is more complex investigations. We managed to finalize almost 125 cases, and the total unjustified difference between the assets and the income acquired during the exercise of public functions is about 25 million euros. And we already, in the cases where we have definitive decisions from the court to confiscate and transfer to the state budget almost 2.5 million euros. The other cases are pending before court. Like I said, we are not perfect. We have some real weaknesses that we are trying to confront them and to address them. Like I previously said, the assets and interest disclosures cannot be signed electronically with law provisions behind. Another one is that cancellation of documents signed with breaching conflict of interest is ineffective. We couldn't cancel a single contract in this perspective. It is very hard because there were built schools, bridges, I don't know, other contracts that cannot be canceled now and remove the effects. We intend to propose a different approach here. We want to sanction the conflicts of interest with the 50% of the value of the contract. Or contract is 1 million euros signed with conflict of interest gave to the relatives. The penalty should be 500,000 euros. And we have a good track record data on the penalties that we apply on non-submitting assets and interest disclosures. So we believe that will make a huge impact here. Also, we will develop this year a very interesting system, electronic system that will check all the public procurement procedures in Romania throughout the year and will signal ex ante before it is happening a conflict of interest. It will be an electronic system that will include several databases from Romania and an integrity form. So this system will operate on a 15 billion market every year. So we hope to make a success here. We have the electronic device established, and now we wait for the parliament to adopt the law that will accompany the electronic piece. Also, the legislation regarding integrity incidents is dispersed and often unclear. Also, we want to address this problem in the future to design a single code of integrity where all these legal provisions should be united. And this is the case of every country where political attempts are to modify the legislation. We had some problems like this. We have some problem, I don't know, once a month. But it's very important that we have consolidated a huge partnership with other anti-corruption institutions from Romania, with NGOs, either abroad, either in our country. We managed to make an impact throughout the media, and we have several investigation journalists that support our work, and also the international donors, with OECD, World Bank, UNODC, OSCE, and so on. And most important of this is the cooperation and verification mechanism of the European Union that acts as a interface of protecting us from the political attempts to modify the legislation and our resources. And the last one, prescription periods, we can only verify, for example, unjustified assets for the term and for the last 3 years. We cannot go back than 3 years after the mandate was ended. So I hope I hadn't been very. I want to receive your question and after this. Thank you very much.
This also. For the interesting presentation. I believe that the main questions that we will have to answer today, also with your help, is how Ukraine can launch an effective e-declaration system, because this is a big challenge for the next year. With the help of our partners from UNDP, we have already been preparing all the necessary IT equipment for that, and we still feel that the country is big and the number of civil servants is huge. Not like in France, but we will speak with Javier about that a little bit later. But this is a big challenge for them to understand how to fill in this declaration, to have this digital signature for the next year. And I believe we will come back with these issues later to discuss. But I will pass the word to Quentin Reid. Council of Europe had been a long-term partner of Ukraine, and in the sphere of anti-corruption also. The recommendations of Greco for a long time have been a roadmap for us to outline and build our own strategies in anti-corruption. And I believe we have still a lot of things to learn from our member states of Council of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. And I'd like to thank you again for being invited to Ukraine once again. This is the second time I've been here this month, I think, or in 1 month, due to this process of reforming the political party financing system. Just a word on my bio that's in the materials. You may be confused because I'm actually not Czech. I'm British, which is perhaps misleading. I was asked to speak today about good practices, international standards in the area of financing of political parties' election campaigns, but mainly to say some words about the Ukrainian reforms that are going on right now. And so we agreed that there is a presentation here. There is a presentation here that's more complete, where there are slides on what types of corruption there are in political finance. This is actually not the presentation that's up here, but the one that will be available on the website, I believe, afterwards. So you can look at that presentation to find out more on what different types of corruption trouble political finance. The main point there is that it's not just about companies bribing politicians, but it's also about internal party corruption, misuse of state resources, and so on. There is a summary of the purposes of regulation. Again, the main point there is that regulation is not just about preventing corruption. Money is necessary for politics. Without it, there would be no elections or parties, and we could prevent corruption just by abolishing elections. Obviously, that's not an option. But the point is that we have to balance objectives in regulation. It's not just about stopping corruption. It's also about making sure that parties, politicians have enough money to operate. There's a more detailed list of types of regulation that may be interesting for those who want to get more into the subject. And there's also a summary of international standards. The most important international standard for European countries, at least, is the Council of Europe's Committee of Ministers recommendation, which covers almost all of the areas that are related to political finance, from transparency to disclosure, regulation of spending, income, and oversight and control. So having covered those things which are in the larger presentation, I want to go straight to the Ukraine law, because I think this is what people are probably most interested in here. I was hired in August to provide input to a joint opinion of the, and make sure I get this right, of the OSCE and the Venice Commission / Council of Europe Directorate on the first draft of the changes to several laws in this area, so electoral laws, law on political parties, and so on. The opinion at the time was, in general, we thought that the proposed law was a massive step forward. There is absolutely no doubt about that. It introduces, a new system of very generous state funding. It introduces very stringent disclosure requirements, for parties to disclose both to institutions and publicly income and spending. And there's an entirely new system of oversight and supervision. Having said that, the opinion had some comments and recommendations, and these were essentially the following. They're listed here on the slide if you can see them. The state funding, although very good in principle, we thought was perhaps a little bit biased towards established parties because of the 3% threshold for receiving them. The election campaign reimbursement with state funds seemed too generous, especially given the fact that the spending limit for elections was cancelled in the amendment. The prohibitions on who can give money to parties or electoral candidates seemed a little bit too loose to us. It was still allowing quite a lot of companies with state participation, public contracts, and so on to contribute. So we recommended a tightening of those prohibitions. The definitions of contributions and donations were not quite detailed enough, for example, not including loans and sponsorships. We thought that the new disclosure system, which required and still requires actually in the final draft all parties to submit financial reports, both annual or normal financing reports and election campaign reports. We thought is a little bit too extensive, and there should be exemptions for small parties or insignificant parties. There was a need for a more clear requirement for independent audit. Under the draft, parties are required to hire an independent external auditor, so an audit company, for example. And the requirements there were not quite detailed enough. Key finding and recommendation concerned the system of official oversight, where the new or the proposed system is based on some oversight and control by the Central Election Commission and some oversight and control by the new anti-corruption agency that is to be set up. This is where we had most perhaps reservations, because it didn't seem that the division was quite clear enough, for example, on who really controls election campaign finance reports, who notifies violations. And finally, the sanctions that were in the draft were rather one-dimensional. There wasn't a big range of sanctions tailored to the seriousness of violations. And the more stringent violations seemed rather too draconic to us. The prison sentences for failing to, or prison sentences on directors of companies for providing a prohibited donation, even if they didn't know that they were violating the law. So those were pretty much the comments on the first draft. Since then, a second draft has been approved just a couple of weeks ago, I think, which is essentially to be the final law, although we don't know the final text until it's signed by the President. From the unofficial version that I've seen, it seemed that most of the recommendations we made were actually implemented. Prohibited donors were more stringently defined. Donations are more clearly defined. They now include loans and other similar items. The limit on spending on election campaigns was reinstated, which we think is a good thing. The threshold of support in the previous elections that a party has to meet to get state funding was lowered slightly from 3 to 2%, which was also, we think, a positive move. The external audit setup was set up much more clearly, and sanctions have been made more complex. There is a wider range of sanctions that are more clearly tailored to the seriousness of violations. So all of these things seem to be further positive steps. That said, there were still some recommendations that do not seem to have been addressed in the final version. I still have misgivings about the new state funding system. It's very, very unusual, and in fact, I think it's unique for 100% of campaign spending to be reimbursed by the state. We understand, or I understand, that the motivation for that here is to simply remove parties or candidates' dependence on private donations. But it is really important to note that that can have unpredicted effects. It can break the link between parties and the electorate, and so on. Connected to this, it seems that there is there's a limit on campaign spending, about 5 million euros, I think. However, there is no restriction of what activities can be conducted as campaign ones in order to cut election costs. Now, it's very common in European countries, for example, that advertising on television is not allowed, private advertising. And this reduces the pressure massively on parties to raise money because it immediately brings the cost of elections down and is also easier to monitor than a spending limit. So the concern is, given, I think there's pretty much a consensus that parties have been systemically violating the spending limit that's been in place historically here, that real spending has always been much higher, that just having a spending limit without other measures to cut the cost of elections may lead to rather a lot of circumvention or violation of the rules. There are still no exemptions from the reporting requirements, so we still think it would be good to take out smaller parties from that to relieve the burden on them and on the regulators. For external audit, this system was set up much more clearly on how auditors are to be hired and so on. However, there are no conflict of interest provisions there, it seemed, on whether an auditor being connected to a party, for example. And finally, the oversight of election campaign funding is still divided, it seems, from the draft, not entirely clearly between the Central Election Commission and the National Agency for Prevention of Corruption. The point about the oversight system is very important because I was looking at the other countries in the region and in Central and Eastern Europe generally on which sort of state or official body is responsible for oversight of this area. And in almost all countries, it is one body. The Council of Europe and the Greco approach to this is that there is a strong preference for one body. It's not a requirement, but if there is not one body, there has to be very, very clear coordination between the bodies that, the more than one body that performs the function. And the difficulties of that cooperation should not be underestimated. State authorities never communicate with each other naturally and easily. And the details of this area of regulation are so minute that you will, I believe, get into problems of how the national agency and the Central Election Commission will agree on the exact division between what is ordinary spending, campaign spending, how do you monitor that in practice, and so on. There were one or two other issues. The ceilings on the donations in the last draft was raised to, I think, 22,000 euros for individuals, 44,000 for companies approximately. This is not in violation of any standard, but we wonder if it's possibly a little high. And the electoral reimbursement system, the logic of the amendments, as the Prime Minister said this in the first session today, was to reduce or remove parties' reliance on private donations. But it's worth noting that reimbursement is only after the elections, so parties still have to raise effectively the maximum electoral fund in advance before having it reimbursed. So they are not really, their dependence on donations or other funds is not in fact removed. So it's important to look at this in a little more detail, perhaps. And this connects again to the point that there is little dynamic in the proposal to reduce spending or reduce the pressure on parties to raise money. The last comments, the challenges for implementation. I think the envisaged regulatory system can function, but the experience of all other countries is that the task of implementation is huge, both for parties and regulators. we think that there probably will need to be some clarification of competencies between the CEC and the NAPC. That can probably be done in terms of agreement between the bodies. And finally, and I want to refer to the last bullet point, which is perhaps the biggest point I want to make. A lot of attempts to regulate political finance, election campaign finance, especially in sort of former communist countries, is based on an idea that you have to get this thing under control from above, detect violations, sanction perpetrators. If we look at some international experience, however, there are a couple of lessons that need to be taken into account. The first one is that oversight bodies such as the Election Commission, the Anti-Corruption Agency in the case of Ukraine, never uncover violations. It's really exceptional for that to happen. So what does happen? What does happen is that non-state organizations, particularly the media, obviously, but also NGOs, will uncover violations. And then the oversight body can get hold of those and go into them. Yeah. But it's very, very unusual for an oversight body to actually detect a violation itself. And the second point is it's extremely important not just to set up a system of rules and expect parties and candidates to just obey them. It's vital to conduct extensive activities to enable and assist parties and candidates to meet their obligations. So this means, written guidance, templates, explanations. I've put up one example of guidance from the UK Electoral Commission. Political finance is not ideal in the UK, but this is one example of where regulation is very good, because the Electoral Commission provides really, really detailed guidance for parties on what they have to do and how they should do it. So I would recommend that as a reference point. One of the things that you can achieve by doing this is passing the regulatory burden to parties. It's a little bit like anti-money laundering policy, where it's really banks that are doing the work for the financial intelligence unit. If you can get parties to do as much of the work as possible, then the regulatory burden for the oversight body will be reduced. Trainings and meetings on top of this, the CEC and the NAPC should not just stand back and expect parties to fulfill their obligations automatically. It needs to provide all this guidance, proactively communicate it, and with luck, the burden of oversight and regulation will be a little bit easier if you do that. But just as my closing remark, this is probably the most difficult thing to regulate in public life, is political finance. And as with somebody said that anti-corruption is a marathon, not a sprint, nowhere is that more clear than in this area, and nobody has got it completely right yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reid, for your presentation. And I want just to underline once more that even the Prime Minister mentioned today that combating political corruption is one of the biggest challenges of Ukraine, and adoption of this progressive legislation could happen only due to the support of the Council of Europe and other experts, because this is always a big thing when the expertise of the international organization is given to us. We have the arguments to support the good piece of legislation in the committees of the parliament. And this is really a big support and personal participation of the experts also. I want to pass the word to Mr. Javier Engelbert, the advisor of the Central Service for Prevention of Corruption from France. And just a question that I want to ask at the beginning of your presentation. As far as I know, the number of civil servants in France is almost double the number of Ukrainian civil servants. How do you manage to teach them, and how do you manage to organize this fight against corruption with the French example today? Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia. First of all, I wanted to thank you for inviting France here at this conference. Um, on the opening remark, I would say, as has been said previously, that there is no one-size-fits-all model or structure. What matters is that the structures to be developed by a country must be part of a whole strategy to fight corruption. And then within that strategy, structures will be either independent or specialized ministerial department. But what matters is that they correspond to the administrative culture of a given country. So what I will say here is only the French example. So we wouldn't presume to know better than anyone else, but that is just one way of doing things as we can do it. Um, so in France, I'll try and be brief and not come into many details. In France, we have various structures, each with a specific issue or topic. We have a national commission checking the finance of political parties before and after elections, and they check irregularities. We have since 2013 created by law, we have a national financial prosecutor. Before that, we had only the territorial local prosecutors. And now for complex issues, for corruption issues, or for stock exchange fraud issues, we have one national prosecutor, so centralizing the cases and hopefully dealing with them in a better way. And we have also since 2013, we have a high authority for the transparency of public life, which deals with public disclosure of assets with conflicts of interest. And this is one of the first way of answering Natalia's question. Since we have many civil servants in France, we have a fourth of the whole working population works for the civil service. So it's quite huge. So we thought it wouldn't be feasible to check every civil servant assets. So what we chose, at least at the first stage, is to focus only on senior officials, on ministerial cabinets, on MPs, MEPs. So this is about 7,000 people only, but which is quite a lot even so. And what the high authority does is the authority gathers the declarations and they check for potential irregularities. And if they find some irregularities, they transmit the files to the prosecution. So they don't prosecute themselves, but they check whether there are irregularities or not. And for instance, one minister had to step down because of irregularities in the declaration. But of course, there are other ways. We are trying now to develop an online declaration because for now it's only written, and so some MPs or anyone can sort of on purpose write with a very bad handwriting, and so we can't see anything. So, well, there are ways to get around the rules. So coming back to then our structure, which is one of the structures of the global strategy to fight corruption in France. We are a service dedicated to the prevention of corruption, which is to say that we have no operational means. We are not investigating, we are not prosecuting, we are only, which is a challenge in itself, only preventing. That is to say, we are monitoring and training and raising awareness on the corruption issues The structure itself, we are attached to the Ministry of Justice, but we are autonomous, which means that we are not dependent from any political directive or even any uh, political minister. I mean, the minister can change. We will stay in office. We set our own goals. We have, of course, missions set by law, but we set our own goals, the own issue that we think are issue of importance, and then we try and work on that basis. If there are questions, of course, I can go back to how we are structured. So we have internal, national, and international missions. As for the internal mission, we have missions set by law, as I said. We are the body centralizing and monitoring the information on corruption as large. I mean, corruption, bribery, fraud, and everything. We are monitoring the elements, because what you have to do, of course, if you want to fight corruption, you have, of course, to know what kind of corruption you have to fight, which is not the same in France, in Ukraine, or whatever in the UK. So you have to monitor all the cases, what happens, and we issue, every year, we issue a report with the jurisprudence, the cases, or even things that are not dealt with by courts, but at ministries level. For instance, if you have breaches of integrity in a ministry, even though it didn't go to court, we have to monitor and see what happened. We also have an advisory role. We can be asked by the judicial authorities, we can be asked by ministries, by local authorities, when they have either on a specific case or on a specific regulation issue. We can give them advice and technical knowledge that they could lack. So we are sort of a contact point for the breaches of integrity issues. And since quite recently, we are also dealing with the protection of whistleblowers. When someone is when someone has signaled an offense or a potential offense within his work, he's in contact with us, and we will try and help him navigate through the structure and see how we can help him with legal advice or personal advice, of course. And then we also have the I would say a bit more operational missions that are cooperating with the private sector and public sector. With the private sector, we issue guidelines, we have trainings, we have education, mostly on demand from themselves to us. And with I don't know if it's working. No. I would like to focus a bit more on the public sector then, on the trainings and education that we can come up with. But first of all, I would like to emphasize that we, as a service, we are not a training facility, which means that we intervene, we take part in trainings that are put forward by other structures, either the ministries or the professional education institutes, but we, as the Central Service for Preventing Corruption, we are not delivering for ourselves trainings to the civil servants or whatever. So we take part when we are invited in trainings already in place. This is the one. So we have various target groups, of course. It's either the potential civil servant, so the people studying to become civil servant. Mostly at our level, we deal with the potential senior officials. So this is why we target what we call in France grande école. Maybe you've heard of the National School Administration or the National Magistrates Administration Institute. So basically the institutions that are there to educate future either ministries or ministerial cabinets or judges and magistrates and prosecutors. We also, of course, intervene in universities or in a professional learning institutions, which is to say that when people are already in the civil service, they will have a professional lifelong learning within which we will try to intervene and update them on corruption or breaches of integrity issues. We also intervene directly within ministries, so not with schools or institutions, but with ministries themselves, and also public companies like the National Railroad Company, and we then again update them on international regulation issues or update them on whistleblower protection, all those issues that we can identify as a potentially critical issues. The way we do it is, of course, we can participate in seminars or conventions and conferences, so give lectures, but we also try and develop specialist modules, which is to say mainly web training, online training, either provided by the ministry, by a given ministry for its civil servant. For instance, we are developing currently a e-learning module on the business environment and the guideline for business um, for international commercial transactions, and this will be dedicated to the expatriates, either from the Ministry of Finance and Economy or from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, whether working in France or abroad. They will have access to a specific e-course, I would say, on the integrity and probity issues. And we also have developed case studies, so on very precise issues, for instance, public procurement. Whenever there is a need, we can come up with recent jurisprudence, best practices, international benchmarks that will be helpful, hopefully, for the civil servants. And the content itself, as I said, is a quite broad because as we have identified in our former reports, there are many challenging issues, even in France, of course. So the first step is to update people on the international conventions or even the French new regulations. I'll come back to that just a bit later. One other very specific issue is the issue of public procurement. At local level, we have identified it as a very challenging issue, which is why we dedicated specific courses really on public procurement as such, and we have made it a sort of, I wouldn't say priority, but one of the main priorities. And apart from that, we have thematic issues which are more depending on what we witnessed or on the demand of the people being trained. Mostly, we could say, for instance, the development policy, since France has a quite, I would say, quite strong financing of development policy towards other states, and of course there is here a high risk of bribery, let's say at large in this sphere of activity. So, for instance, with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, with the Ministry of Finance, we are giving them advice, trainings, and education on various issues that we witnessed and how not to be subject to this kind of corruption. Don't want to be too long. Just just to mention that we also have, of course, international missions, which is one of the reasons I'm here today. We work at multilateral level, bilateral level, and European level. At bilateral level, we are identified for France as one of the bodies which can develop cooperations with other states and give technical assistance. We have participated in various European twinings. I won't be too long, and I just wanted to conclude by mentioning a few issues and challenges. But as I said, it all depends on the national identifying of risks. So these are the ones that we identified in. These are the ones that we identified in France, of course, but what I would like to stress is that it all depends on each country's mapping of the risks. So the risk in France won't be the same as in Ukraine, of course. So this is just to give you, well, if it worked, it would be just to give you an example. Well, what really matters is that you have to know what to fight in order to know how to fight it, of course. And what has been identified recently in France is few issues. I won't, of course, be too long and go into too many details, but it's mostly the beneficial ownership transparency, which is to say preventing the abuse of legal person and arrangements to hide or conceal criminal activity. We also identified all this virtual money sphere, like crowdfunding or the bitcoins, as another way for criminal activity to hide its activities. We have developed quite recently a strong focus on the private sector integrity through guidelines that we issued, through cooperations with companies, helping them to focus on the integrity issues, mainly with regard to international laws, I mean national extraterritorial laws. Public procurement I already talked about briefly, and also I wanted to stress to as a sort of a summary, the high focus we have nowadays on the open data. This morning, many people talked about transparency, and we think that open data is one of the ways to ensure transparency. Open data as such is not a means to fight corruption, but can allow a fight against corruption to be more efficient and effective, because people will have access to information, will have access to data, and they can check. And here I would mention what has been said. The civil society, the population, can check and see whether everything is in order. And I guess this is what we're here for. I mean, we're here to train the civil servants, and we're here to prevent corruption, but in the end, the population can see whether things are really moving forward, and open data is one of the ways to do so. Hope I wasn't too long.
Thank you so much for your presentation and for the French experience that we are sharing. I'm sorry for rushing up because we are in a very strict limits of time, and the next round of sessions is going to start soon in these rooms also, which are also interesting and exciting. But before that, I want to pass the word to our expert from OECD, manager of the Anti-Corruption Network for Eastern Europe and Central Asia, Ms. Olga Savran, please.
Доброго дня, шановні колеги. По-перше, я би хотіла подякувати організаторів цієї сесії за те, що вони мене сюди позвали, і за те, що це дозволено мені приїхати знову до мого рідного міста Києва. І для того, щоб змінити я продовжу, якщо ви мені дозволите, російською, а слайди будуть англійською. потому что украинский я говорю, я помню, но очень плохо. Так что дальше я буду по-русски. Как меня уже представили, я работаю в Организации экономического сотрудничества и развития, отвечаю за антикоррупционную сеть. Поэтому я вам коротко расскажу о том мониторинге, который мы проводим в так называемый Стамбульский план действий, результаты этого мониторинга по Украине, какие достижения, какие недостатки. И после этого несколько минут уделю представлению доклада недавнего, который мы опубликовали пару месяцев тому назад, который собирает в себя примеры лучшей практики по предотвращению коррупции в государственных органах из стран нашего региона. Украина и наша организация ОСР работают уже вместе очень давно в области борьбы с коррупцией. Еще в 1998 году Украина присоединилась к нашей сети и с 2003 участвует в программе Стамбульского плана действия. За это время мы сделали обзор законодательной институционной базы и уже провели 3 раунда мониторингов. Плюс каждый год страна представляет короткий отчет о мероприятиях по выполнению рекомендаций. Кроме того, украинская сторона выразила заинтересованность участвовать в рабочей группе по взяточничеству нашей организации. В прошлом мы работали уже тесно с Украиной на двусторонней основе, помогали правоохранительным органам, хотели, скажем так, помогать правоохранительным органам лучше бороться с коррупцией, но в прошлом не было, конечно, политической воли в этом направлении. И, конечно, многие здесь знают программу СИГМА, это программа Европейского Союза и ОСР, которая занимается вопросами реформ административных, и мы с ними также тесно работаем. Это история нашего сотрудничества, а более недавно, после уже революционных событий украинских, вернее, еще чуть-чуть заранее, мы начали работать вместе с ИБРР и украинскими партнерами. Мы являемся участниками меморандума, который создал бизнес-омбудсмена в Украине. И совсем недавно, уже в прошлом году, в конце прошлого года, правительство Украины и ОСР подписали меморандум о сотрудничестве по большому направлению реформ, но антикоррупционное на самом деле самое первое, приоритет в этом меморандуме. И в рамках этого проекта мы тесно очень работаем и с НАБУ, и с прокурорами, и с другими правоохранительными органами. Наш фокус – помочь им улучшить свои знания и способность заниматься сложными коррупционными делами. Мониторинг Украины. Последний доклад, ну, скажем так, история такая, что первый обзор мы сделали в 2004 году, потом в 2006 и 2010 предыдущие раунды мониторинга. И в марте этого года мы провели последний, 3-й раунд мониторинга. Если вы входили наверх на 2-й этаж, там мы раздавали копии этого доклада, последнего самого. Недавно мы его на украинский язык перевели. Он у нас на веб-сайте есть, вы видите там внизу адресок. Этот доклад, скажем так, за первый раз за 10 лет, сколько я занимаюсь мониторингом Украины, у нас были какие-то хорошие новости. Потому что в октябре прошлого года наконец-то был принят большой пакет законов, очень важных, которые более или менее приводят украинское законодательство в соответствие с международными стандартами. Есть, конечно, пробелы и недостатки, но, в общем, надо сказать, большой прорыв, и мы поздравили Украину в этом докладе с этими достижениями. Но тут я хочу сделать маленькое отступление от моей собственной презентации и сказать, вы помните, когда Сильвия рассказывал о том, что их законодательство антикоррупционное уже было принято в 1996 году. И только сейчас, мы находимся в 2015 году, мы видим результаты. Украина, конечно, невероятно отстает в этом направлении, но, слава богу, законодательство принято. И в этом отчете вы найдете похвалу первый раз за все эти 10 лет с нашей стороны. Плюс после этого доклада в марте Украина уже представила свой первый доклад о тех усилиях, которые она делает по тем рекомендациям, новым рекомендациям, которые содержатся в докладе. И я вам после этого слайда как раз расскажу, какие достижения за самые последние 6 месяцев с нашей точки зрения. Министерство юстиции является нашим национальным координатором, и мы очень благодарны за очень эффективную координацию. Кто делал этот доклад? Это
Minister of Interior, was a leader of the team. Our team included a prosecutor from USA, specialists from Estonia, from Sigma, from EBRD. We are very glad that first time a role of civil society organization, business was impressive. Quite often they were working more professional way than government agencies. It's first time in the course of last 10 years such huge progress was achieved in Ukraine. If you are able to read what is written there, then you will read how we assess progress from March till October 2015. Red is no progress, green is progress. We were glad to see that some progress is achieved even within this short period of time. We were very concerned that very many promises, legislation is in place, but not much is happening. So we could see at least positive grains that we should have welcomed, that stimulating Ukraine for further reform. I cannot read all that from the slide myself, but I shall read them to you briefly. Mention major areas and then focus attention on those things where big gaps remain. Adoption of big package of documents last October is a good proof of existence of political will. Public participation, also excellent thing in Ukraine. All laws regarding criminal liability for corruption, legislation developed by NABU, special prosecutors. We hope that soon good prosecutors will be appointed. This is big progress. Procurement system, transparent system, we welcome it. Recent adoption of the financing of political parties, this is a great achievement. Also, integrity in the judiciary. Although we know a lot should be done there yet, but still we see some progress, but there is a desire to move forward. That's how our report is assessing positive things. But where are the biggest shortcomings? In preventing corruption, no reforms of the civil service. This is number 2 in my slide. One of the biggest problems that remain in Ukraine. Draft law on civil service have been developed. It was assessed by international experts. Our colleagues from Sigma program said it's quite good law. And this law now was hampered. Why its adoption is hampered? We think that at the top level of authority there is some desire to use Georgian experience too much. It's our opinion. And in fact that undermines reforms in Ukraine because absence of public administration reform in Georgia, that was one of the main reasons why these reforms do not progress. The desire to have flexible pocket civil service works in short-term perspective, but it doesn't work in long-term perspective. So we call upon Ukraine to adopt the law on civil service as quickly as possible. Besides, we noted that system of asset declaration, we discussed experience of Romania and France. Ukraine is preparing to creating the system, but all that is hampered because agency on prevention of corruption is not functioning. And this is second important drawback in fighting corruption. This agency should have been established in April last year. Until now, Members of this commission are not appointed yet. We were told that by October the list of commissioners will be provided, but that doesn't mean at all that agency will start functioning because they also need secretariat. So we get the impression that it is postponed for 1 year, maybe for 2 years. Lagging behind for almost 2 years with establishment of this agency, and that means that further reforms will not proceed. One, there were attempts to change some candidates. Well, I think we understand it. Certain political forces wish to control this agency, and we must now ask whether this political will is honest at all stages. What regional picture we have now? This is the slide for our future report that will be published in the end of the year. There we tried to indicate what is the place of different countries of our network. On the one hand, as regards fighting corruption and market competitiveness index. Below, where OECD is written, there are the economies which are more clean, more attractive for investors. Top right, those where situation is worse. So you can see where Ukraine is located. Quite a lot of work remains, and we should work together, and we shall continue helping you with that. How we can do it? Here I shall switch to our recent report that was published about effective measures to preventing corruption in civil service. We were distributing this report at our table upstairs, and we also have it on our website in English and Russian. I love cooking, so I say often this is like a cooking book. Different recipes of different experience, best practices that work very well in other countries. That doesn't mean that you should copy all that. You can have a creative approach, but these are the methods that worked well in other countries. Probably they could work in Ukraine as well. Speaker from Latvia mentioned anti-corruption strategy. Same way, here we give good example how to use public opinion survey as instrument of monitoring in this strategy. We say how to assess anti-corruption risk in legislation, and so on and so forth. You can apply all these methods in Ukraine if our authorities wish to do so. In general, this good practice instruments could be divided into several groups. First is better policy planning and monitoring. Research, panelist from France said, to fight something, you should know what are you fighting with. Several researches have been conducted in Ukraine, but they were not directly connected with anti-corruption strategy and this monitoring. Then corruption risk analysis in different public sector institutions, in tax authority, in customs office. In order to control effectively policy implementation, conferences like we have today are important, but they're not enough. We just talk and leave. But what we need is somebody is measuring all the time and saying what is done, what is not done. Then coordination. Our moderator said how important it is to coordinate efforts of all newly established agencies and, of course, civil society and business participation. Talking about specific measures, we need publishing budget and other data online, audit, electronic procurement, transparent system. We welcome all that. Then public services and e-governance, what Saakashvili is doing in Odessa, what was done in Georgia and Azerbaijan, what Armenia is willing to, and I hope France will someday have it. This experience could be spread further. And protection of whistleblowers, also an effective method of work. These are general regional recommendations from our report. And this is my last slide as far as I remember. Here I would like to tackle the issues that in our view must be studied very well, both at regional level for us and for Ukraine in particular. After we developed our report, we defined several areas where in all countries of OECD there are big problems. First, senior management awareness and accountability for anti-corruption in their institutions. Very often there is a risk if NABU is established finally and agency on preventing corruption, all other institutions will say, okay, you are anti-corruption agency, you will fight corruption and we shall do our business. In such situation, you will never get good results. Every minister in his guidelines must have that, and he must report what he is doing to prevent corruption, how to do it in practice. This is a big question for all countries. Several approaches could be used, different rules and tools, internal audit system, and anti-corruption or ethical advices in the ministry. There are numerous methods that could be applied, but all these ideas of good policy should be implemented at the level of ministry. One of the methods, integrity plans in public sector institutions must be adopted. It is popular now in Baltic states. And certain experience proves that such integrity plans work well. What else could be done? Develop very practical, technical rules, methodologies, tools, guidance. In Romania, you're doing it. How every official in his or her place will fulfill the rules. To have ASIC officials in all public sector institutions. In the past, Ukraine had them. Now they stay, but we don't know whom they will report now. That is also important to ensure integrity at the level of the ministry. The same is true regarding anti-corruption programs for municipalities at local and regional level. Same as in France. In Ukraine, there is a process of decentralization and many things are being done at local level. How to ensure integrity at local level? That is a big question. Even now, we must start thinking seriously about that and learn from experience of each other. That was my last slide. Thank you very much. All the documents that we distributed also could be found on our website.
For the report, for all the help that we receive from OECD on the regular basis, starting from drafting legislation, then to lobbying or advocating for that legislation to the stage of that adoption, and then implementation. I want to thank the audience and all the experts participating in the panel. Unfortunately, we're out of time, and the next session is starting here soon.
Скоро почнеться наступна сесія. Отже, я попрошу вас вже задавайте запитання, поки будете пити каву вже в іншому приміщенні. Там ви можете обговорити всі запитання щодо боротьби з корупцією. Дякую всім ще раз.
Great discussion.
Доброго дня. Незважаючи на те, що наша зала, можливо, не переповнена, я вам обіцяю, що вона буде одна з найцікавіших панелей на цій конференції. Будемо скромними, так? Я хотіла б спочатку перед вступом сказати, що насправді це випадковість, що я модерую цю панель. Її мав модерувати мій колега Сергій Лещенко, один з членів антикорупційного комітету. Так сталося, що він у відрядженні. Але епіграфом до цієї панелі може стати та ситуація, яка сталася буквально на вихідних. Я прилюднила ту інформацію, що нам було здійснено дзвінок з номера нібито Сергія Лещенка, народного депутата. І з цього номера мені було повідомлено про те, що наші номери записуються, що нам загрожує, можливо, якась провокація. І попередження було про те, щоб ми були обережними. Цей голос натякнув з номера Сергія Лещенка, що ці погрози пов'язані з останніми антикорупційними розслідуваннями, які зробив Сергій Лещенко. Коли я притувала Сергію, очевидно, що його номер був з ним, тобто це було якесь втручання в телефонну систему. Цим епіграфом я хочу розпочати цю панель, тому що це яскравий приклад щодо того, що корупція, про яку ми сьогодні будемо говорити, що ми можемо з нею робити, яким чином вона все ж таки зберігається, як вона протидіє всім зусиллям і з боку парламентського, з боку журналістських розслідувань, з боку громадянського контролю, з боку тих і донорських організацій, і наших міжнародних партнерів, з якими ми працюємо для того, щоб зламати цей хребет. Ви знаєте, я думала останнім часом, насправді не все погано, і про це треба теж говорити. За останній рік нам вдалося пройти колосальну дорогу. І ми, наприклад, ухвалили нарешті антикорупційну стратегію. Ми ухвалили законодавство щодо антикорупційних засад в парламенті. Ми ухвалили законодавство щодо прозорих тендерних закупівель. Ми ухвалили законодавство щодо створення антикорупційного бюро. Ми буквально нещодавно ухвалили законодавство щодо бюро державних розслідувань. Ми нарешті відкрили бенефіціарних власників на рівні закону, і наш реєстр почав працювати перший в Європі, а можливо навіть в світі, не знаю, так? Ми настільки він прозорий у нас. В багатьох інших країнах є відкриті реєстри, водночас наш рівень прозорості принаймні
I think our level of transparency envisaged by the law is very advanced and can actually compete with many democratic states. We passed the law on access to public information. All of this can actually be called revolutionary changes. And the prosecutor general and his deputies became the object, or rather ended up in the spotlight of the public attention. Also, over the past 2 years, we did not see the the usual suspects neither in prison nor arrested. Former Minister Lukash has been arrested, but is it really the most prominent person in amongst the corruptionists? Well, lately we've had journalistic investigations to do with key politicians to high-ranking officials. It's people like Mykola Martenko from People's Front, from Prosecutor General, his deputy from the Prosecutor General's office, Boyka Lovechkin from the opposition bloc. These people still control politics. They make a difference. And this is what we want to talk about today. We want to diagnose a patient called corruption. What is the state of this patient? So I'm addressing this question to all of you. Also, I'd like to see what rank and file Ukrainians think about it. What is the public reaction? Does the public see any changes? And we will in fact talk about the role of the civil society, and I want to get the feedback from the experts, how useful they are, they think, and how successful they have been in rooting out corruption here. I also want to hear from our international partners what they see is happening and how they see Ukraine's profile and reputation worldwide. Let's start with Ihor Sobolev. He is the head of the Anti-Corruption Committee of the Parliament of Ukraine, member of the Parliament of this convocation, as one of the most most well-known investigative journalists. He was a few years ago on Channel 5, and he was Sam Vola and many other um, initiatives were launched by him. Next, Miranda Petrucic. She's a journalist and an expert from the Council of Europe who received a lot of international recognition, such as European Union Press Award.
є, окрім того, що експерти Ради Європи, провідний репортер.
She's also participating in the project dealing with Balkans, the Caucasus, the Central Asia, and she's been doing a lot of investigative journalistic activity there. Next up, Nikolai Staikov. He used to work as business journalist in Weekly Capital in Bulgaria. Also, Nikolai is an activist of the civil initiative called Protest Network. 2 years ago, he became the head of Norsharsky.com. It's a key website for protest movement with respect to corruption in the Prosecutor General's office in Bulgaria. And it would be we are intrigued to hear from him. Next, Dmitro Hnap, well-known investigative journalist, person who founded public broadcaster. She worked at the First National TV, STB. He also worked in Nasha Ukraina political party and so on. Next, Alexei Khmara. We know him as someone who, for over the past 12 years, has been fighting corruption. He's an expert. He chairs Transparency International office in Ukraine. He also formed Reanimation package of reforms. He was also a prominent expert in Ukraine and member of the Anti-Corruption Committee under the President of Ukraine. Next, Diana Zubko, pro-UN staff member. She works in the project which deals with human rights and civil society development. And of course, we know that they are helping to develop and roll this out into in Ukraine nationwide. And finally, Roland Kovac, who is head of United Pact Project, and since 2008, during the hardest times for Ukraine, supported dozens of civil initiatives in Ukraine, Donetsk, Crimea, where they had civil coalitions trying to both combat corruption and foster reforms and help journalists to promote positive agenda. Well, first, I have a question to all of you, and if you could each take 1 minute and very briefly answer. Do you think anti-corruption as an institution is being born in Ukraine or not? Start with Roland.
Ukraine, indeed. All of you sitting here and around me are the living examples that it works. And the fact that there was over 1,000 people at the beginning of this conference, also a testimony to that there is something that has started at least in the anti-corruption work.
But don't you think that is just,
Чи не думаєте ви, що це тільки видима частина, а що відбувається всередині? Ну, я маю деякі дані, я можу поділитися, але пізніше.
ситуація не тільки тут в Києві, а на національному рівні, всередині, в маленьких містах, в селах, в регіонах. Як вам здається, антикорупція працює?
Дякую, Світлано. Питання дуже слушне. Насправді, коли говорять про різні реформи і антикорупцію в тому числі, часто говорять, що і для цього не вистачає фінансових ресурсів. Але в цьому ключі я б хотіла навести цитату.
I'd like to quote the former Slovak Prime Minister who visited Ukraine recently. He said funding is not the most important thing. The idea and different ideas is a lot more important. And we do have ideas. But even more important, Mikola Zarinda said, is the team. And teams are being formed on site and at low level. Alexei, so you think this combating is just window dressing or is it real work? Well, yesterday I would say it's major fighting. We see changes and so on. But the example that Svetlana mentioned, that a well-known journalist, Serhiy Leshchenko, has to protect publicly himself, otherwise he might crush him as a person and then as an institution. I think it's a sad news. And so I see this ocean of corruption as follows. On the surface, we see small ripples of changes, but the huge layer of still water is not moving. However, I know that major changes, which includes tsunami, depend on the movement in the depths, and those depths is us. Therefore, I think movement is ahead. Metro, we thought that on Mandain you won't have to do any work in investigation, but I see that you a lot of work. I think even our children will have to do that. I'm not a proponent, of this idea, of course, but I agree with my colleague. All the work and combating corruption is mostly imitation. Recently, it occurred to me, what does it look like? Imagine you come to a theater and you see Romeo and Juliet. You see Montecchi bravely fighting Capuletti, and Tybalt attacks Mercutio. All this involves you, blood runs, but in fact it's not Montecchi and Capuletti, it's just a troupe of actors. And when lights are turned off and viewers go home, all this troupe go change, have wine, and say, "Oh, we had good audience." This is just for you to understand who's fighting whom. Question to Nikolai. Obviously, you don't live in Ukraine. You see the situation from the outside. What is your impression regarding combating corruption in Ukraine?
Paper and set to work. The first results and the signs to the Ukraine people and the world that it is working will be when the first ministers, the, also prime ministers, the mayors of the big towns, they don't feel any more protected, and some of them needs to go to jail for something. That's the visible signs that it's working. It's not only Montecchi replacing Capuletti and vice versa. Why is it important? It's not important only for the people to feel to feel safe. It's important to live better, because I'm an economist, although that I worked as a journalist. Entrepreneur.
І підприємницька енергія людей це ресурс обмежений. І якщо це перетворити в корупцію, це знешкодить все. Миранда, що ви бачите ззовні? Як вам ситуація виглядає? Ну, назовні виглядає так, що Україна нині на дуже важливому.
But I have reported in the countries where you have all the information you want, but once the investigation is published, the Prime Minister says, I stand by the corrupt official. I think everything he did is right, and the whole system fails, and nobody does anything about it. And I have reported in other society where Prime Minister will go next day and say, I want investigation, and I want to get to the bottom of the truth. And that results in difference. And from talking to my colleagues from Ukraine, I hear that sometimes they publish something, but then there is investigation into their sourcing instead of investigation into people who have done wrongdoing. So I think Ukraine is at a point where it's going to be decided whether the system really changes and things improve, and there is a real fight against corruption, or it's just a mask.
Thank you. Єгоре, ти зараз у владі, в твоїх руках її повнота, ти її відчуваєш, ти очолюєш цілий комітет антикорупційний в Верховній Раді.
You have a whole faction that supports you. You have many allies in many parties and factions. Do you think you have been coping well? Have you been managing? Can you share any optimism with us? Well, if only we had the right to arrest. But seriously, in 2 sentences, there are 2 opposing forces and tendencies. There is a large group of people in civil society, among journalists, and partially in parliament and government who try to dismantle corruption. But there's also a very big group of people, again, in the government, in the parliament, in the presidential administration, and especially in the prosecutor's office and courts, who try to preserve corruption and even expand it. And these two forces will soon collide, and that will bring major calamities. And on that, the future of this country actually depends too large.
Наших учасників, що ми зробимо таку кілька. Далі ми б хотіли зробити інтерекшн взаємодії між собою. Я переконана, що одне в одного будуть питання нас до одне одного. А далі ми б хотіли відкрити нашу панель до дискусії відкритої, тому готуйте, будь ласка, питання. Ми почнемо з виступу Роланда Ковача. І я поясню, чому. Нещодавно ПАКТ зробив репрезентативне дослідження, дуже цікаво, воно дуже свіже, де вони опитали понад 10 тисяч людей в Україні, що вони думають про боротьбу з корупцією. І мені здається, цей термометр, який покаже температуру по країні, чи все ж таки люди довіряють тому, що пообіцяли політики на Євромайдані, чи довіряють тим інституціям, які сьогодні будуються. Бо я думаю, що це є визначальне. Довіра до влади, довіра до політиків, довіра до інститутів, яка працює насправді як цемент, який допомагає будувати будинок, який допомагає накладати реформу за реформою, цеглинку за цеглинкою. Роланд, ми з цікавістю послухаємо про результати дослідження.
Okay, and I have. So what was this research about, first of all? These were two major things: perceptions about corruption and then experiences with corruption. The perception about corruption, there are other measures, and on our panel we have Transparency International colleagues who are regularly publishing the perception index. Ours is not an index. Ours is, as Svetlana said, it's more of a thermometer, a quick measure, but it's a large study. It's
Ґрунтове дослідження, більше 10 тисяч осіб, тобто воно дуже репрезентативне. Що показує дослідження? Є чіткий зв'язок між сприйняттям корупції, досвід корупції і корупція набридла. Всі ці три категорії, це 2/3 населення кажуть, так, дійсно дуже висока, так, я відчував на собі, і дійсно я хочу цього позбутися. І останнє я хочу якраз наголосити, тому що українці також кажуть, що частина культури українців бути корумпованими, більше 80% кажуть, що це культурна проблема. І тут треба зупинитися трошки, тому що якщо це репрезентує українців, то, можливо, це також репрезентує весь світ. Тому що ми теж сусіди ваші. У нас теж так кажуть, що це частина нашої культури. Навіть прем'єр каже. Але я хочу все ж таки підкреслити гарні новини. І в кінці тунеля все ж таки є світло. Виглядає так, що за роки
Ukrainians could not feel the country more corrupt than it was to date. In other words, there is no increase in the perception of corruption here. The question asked, do you feel the country is more corrupt this year than a couple of years ago? They would either say, no, it's the same, or it grew slightly. And this is exactly the same that you have seen in previous years. Another and major good news is that Ukrainians predominantly reject corruption. Not only that they fed up with, as I said, but there's also a strong correlation to Ukrainians reject it. When I asked when you feel corruption is justified, 65% says that it's either never justified or only in small and few cases. And that's a major improvement compared to previous years. It means that Ukrainians really are ready to fight corruption. I would have two more thoughts here. And one is the comparison between the perception about corruption and the experience with corruption. And here we see major discrepancies between where people fear corruption is perceived and where they actually have experience with it. They perceive corruption being the greatest in such places as the police, and not the new police, the old police. In areas of the court system, in other parts of the police, and that is the old militia, and the prosecutor's office. Those of you working with investigations, please note that Ukrainians would love to see the prosecution clean. Unfortunately, this perception grows year by year, and we're talking here over 2/3 of Ukrainians believing that prosecutor's office is corrupt. Over 2/3 of Ukrainians believe the court system is not to be trusted because it's corrupt. Interestingly, they also feel a lot of corruptions in customs and healthcare. And I don't know how it correlates, to be honest with you, with new legislation related to healthcare and corruption and customs. When it comes to healthcare, I can tell that there hasn't really been new legislation. And this gives me the segue into where Ukrainians actually have experience with corruption, and it's predominantly in healthcare. 69% of Ukrainians say that in the last year they have had corrupt interaction in the healthcare system. 69%. That's way over 2/3. They also have strong impressions and experience with corruption in the school system. And school system understood both in terms of elementary schooling, so it really starts very young age when people are getting experience with corruption. But also in universities, almost half of the Ukrainians say that in the last year, at least once, they had a corrupt encounter in universities. When there is a bit of a correlation between perception and experience, that is the militia, and particularly DAI, but also the regular law enforcement agencies. And that gives me the final thought and suggestion is that for Ukrainians to start changing a feel of corruption and experience with corruption, you have to start with law enforcement itself. And it means prosecutors, judges, and those who are after the bad guys.
Дуже дякую, дуже цікаво. І мені здається, логічно перейти зараз до Єгора Соболєва і Roland підтвердив те, з чого ми починали.
His part of the field. Actually, Roland confirmed what we started from Parliament, approved a lot of laws, we started numerous reforms, but they are not working. I have a very specific question to you, Yegor. What your committee can do further, what members of Parliament can do, how to implement this legislation into life, how to force fight against corruption. And second question to your presentation. People say, well, 80%, predominant majority of UK population say this is part of society. Do you believe that you can overcome corruption and despite lack of trust, despite this attitude and perception of corruption, we can get results? Svetlana, you asked me quick questions. Thank you very much. I think after Euromaidan, we cannot ask questions to each other whether you believe or don't believe. we saw that huge changes can happen in society that looks very slow, indifferent to what is happening, and even Mikhail Saakashvili, who- when he was speaking, well, he remembers that Georgia was one of the most corrupt republics back in Soviet times, but they showed very good results, how corruption could be reduced considerably. I think that if we talk about the work that should be done in the state, starting from the leadership. Roland mentioned education and healthcare. In those sectors, situation could be changed quickly. If you switch to healthcare insurance system, when a person pays for policy or the government pays for policy and money will go to a particular doctor, now you just give this money to a doctor to thank him for the service or to pay additionally to his very low salary. Same in school or in preschool institution, we give money, not meaning a bribe, because there is no lawful private financing. I think the state should ensure financing of salaries and maintaining schools, but a lot should be done by parents' committees. That should be done lawfully, based on legislation, and parents should work actively in those fundraising committee. That happens actually in many kindergarten and schools, and we are pleased with that. The answer to your second question is 1000% sure. Within several years, we can demonstrate dramatic changes that will surprise both Ukraine and Georgia and all other countries. What does it depend on? The key factor is number of people who will say, with no circumstances, I will not take part from corruption. Many people understand that Yanukovych start from them. If you give a bribe to police inspector, previously road police inspector, you are a Yanukovych yourself. There is no requirement to violate the road traffic rules. It's not like in the kindergarten. You bring your child to the kindergarten and the teacher says, we don't have money to buy soap. Please bring soap or give us money. Same as in many business procedures. Business gives bribes, not because it is forced to give bribes, but it's more convenient. It's quicker. Same way, the person who takes the bribe, that person should understand that he is working in order to make a country corrupt. And every individual is the basis of corruption. Igor, please agree with me. Successful transitional countries that went through this transitional period of fighting corruption proved that people are ready to get changed with their own example. They're ready to demonstrate fight with corruption when they see leadership. Now the parliament, the president, the government, is their leadership enough? I want to hear from you concrete 5 steps that Parliament can do now after all this legislation is approved. What else could be done to make this fight more effective? You are pushing me to revolutionary speech. First of all, I shall tell you about evolutionary way and then speak about revolutionary. Very briefly, 2 minutes. In my opinion, Parliament has approved all necessary anti-corruption legislation. Even we made more than coalition agreement is provided for. I have it in my office room, anti-corruption part, all the items are implemented. Now the task of Parliament is to focus attention at control over implementation of legislation, requests, committee hearing, inviting members of government, prosecutors to parliament for reporting, all instruments of parliament control that are legitimate. This is a key task if we talk about prevention of corruption, because the legislation is in place. As regards leadership, I'm afraid that the president and the prime ministers are leaders in preservation of corruption. And for us, as for members of parliament and for citizens, this is the major question: how to change this? Either to change their behavior or to change them. And hence there are few great number of challenges. We have the enemy near our borders. We have the threat of armed interference and intervention, and our enemy was using these internal contradictions within Ukraine, trying to interfere Ukraine, but on the other hand, to endure corruption which is covered or in a way organized by president, prime minister. We, being members of parliament, we as citizens of the country, we should not endure all that. We don't have right to it. We shall come back to that. Now I want to give the floor to Dmitro Hnap. You know, Dmitro, yesterday I thought about you. You are terrible people. You're more fearful than before. Just remember Yanukovych time. If some investigative journalist article appeared, 300,000 readers. But this is nothing compared with Inter TV channel, who never showed investigation of Mezigiria estate and other notorious cases. And the president, the prime minister didn't care very much what internet was writing, newspaper writing. They knew that they're controlling courts, they're controlling prosecutor office, and they have their own possibilities to avoid justice. What is the situation now? We don't have monopoly for this control. They don't have this monopoly. Not all the people in prosecutor general office are under control of prosecutor general or president. Not all people in Ministry of Interior are under control of Ministry of Interior. Not every judge is ready to sell his or her soul to the devil. Many people are ready to disclose that, to speak freely in internet, in social media. Now, when you disclose your results of investigation, this is a direct risk that earlier or later that person whose crime you disclose will be in prison. Since you have grown your social capital so much, so political capital, there is no recipe against you, against your fight, because authorities don't have the monopoly. You are dangerous people. But I want to ask you, what do you think? This impunity, how soon we can avoid impunity, and all investigations that you make, they will be prosecuted in the court? Thank you for your question. The matter is that, of course, society has changed, and the work of journalists, of investigative journalists, has enhanced. After our investigative cases, dozens of top-level officials were dismissed. But has the system changed after that? The system is giving in scapegoats, but the system remains. The system remains corruptive. And in authorities, there are certain centers that are competing, arguing. In the time of Yanukovych, authorities were monolithic, were united. Now there are several centers of power. They try to compete with each other, to give in, and certain centers of power can give compromising materials against each other when fighting. But for 1,000 years there is a rule: the one raven will never hit the eye of the other raven. I don't have the possibility to ask Mikhailo Saakashvili, who is speaking at the next session. A few weeks ago, Mr. Saakashvili wrote in his Facebook that in Odessa they detained an acting head of Odessa Customs Office, Madam Larisa Arefyeva. She was detained when taking a bribe, 50,000 US dollars. We confirmed this information. We know it from our sources. And allegedly, Madam Arefyeva was detained. After that, the leadership of Customs Office was changed. Yulia Marushevska was appointed as the director of Odessa Customs Office. But the question is, what is the previous director, bribe taker? She has disappeared. Mr. Nasirov, head of the fiscal service, denies her taking a bribe. He denies that the previous director of customs office has committed a heavy crime. And Mr. Saakashvili removes this post from his Facebook. So what is happening? Allegedly, previous head of Odessa Customs Office committed a serious crime and nothing is happening. A journalist is asking head of fiscal service, your previous staff member, your director has taken a bribe. Where is she? And Mr. Nasirov, head of fiscal service, pretends that he doesn't understand anything. Nothing has happened. Arefyeva has not taken any bribe. She is still at work. We think that we are crazy. We are asking the current director of Customs Office, Madam Marushevska, where is your deputy Arefyeva? Nasirov says that he has not taken a bribe, and your boss, Saakashvili, says he has taken a bribe. Marushevskaya confirms she did take a bribe, and as head of prosecutor's office of Odessa region, said she is on the wanted list. But then we get from the press service of prosecutor's office of Odessa region that Arefyeva, the bribe taker, is not on the wanted list. No criminal case is opened. So I start getting real crazy. Either Saakashvili or Nasirov should be in prison, or I must be in the mental house, because one top level official says one thing, the other top level official denies all that. Can you imagine such situation in the United States? Even in Lithuania, that different top level officials state completely different information about a government official who made a very serious crime. Such is the competition between different centers of power in this country. And I remember the words of Gordon Gett, a main hero of Wall Street movie. We got together here not to have illusions. So let us not cherish illusions. In fact, fight with corruption in Ukraine is failed. The president failed it because he doesn't reform judiciary, he doesn't reform prosecutors' vertical system. Reform of prosecutor's office is a profanation now. I shall not go into detail how prosecutors are selected in the regions. Very often it is accompanied with falsification. Reform of judiciary, well, nobody's doing anything. The most notorious example, Judge Viktor Tachkov, Artur Yemelyanov, those who created Donetsk-type judiciary in Donetsk courts in the time of Yanukovych, when there were raider attacks, the best pieces of business were taken away from people and the courts approved it. Same people continue working as judges. Yemelyanov continues working. They were taken multi-million bribes. After that, financial investigation of Liechtenstein found the case. Yemelyanov's wife has million accounts. Yemelyanov continues keeping his position in the High Commercial Court of Ukraine. He only grown a beard. Same situation is in the interior law enforcement system, which is under Prime Minister Yatsenyuk. Well, new police is a good thing. You should start reforming Ministry of Interior system, that you recruit investigators on competitive basis, those investigators who are investigating the most serious crimes, drug trafficking, murders, theft, what they are doing is just reattesting police officers. New police is a new beautiful picture. Of course, we need new road police, but the most important part of Ministry of Interior system are investigators who are investigating the most notorious crimes, drugs, murders, etc. Dmitry, I must stop you because I must give the floor to others. I asked you to make a diagnosis. You say this is the state-run schizophrenia. I don't know whether one can treat it. We still discuss how to cure it. I want to give the floor to Nikolai Staikov. Why? Because in their country, in Bulgaria, the situation is similar to what we are living through when fighting Prosecutor General Office. A few years ago, in 2013, the non-governmental organization decided that Nikolai is chairing, start investigation, case between Prosecutor General and the National Bank, money, transactions, $1 billion transfer of money, as Nikolai told me. And just today they have a protest rally in Sofia demanding dismissal of Prosecutor General. Similar situation. It brought together civil society and journalists in fight against the system. I want to ask you to what extent you can succeed it. Can you give us any positive advice to us?
I could bring you great news and success story and to say
Сказати вам про успішну історію, дійсно.
mixed results and the fight still goes on. What we can say from our experience is that we now know very well what civil society and civil activists can do and what they cannot do. What they cannot do for sure is to replace working institutions like the prosecution and the security services, of course. Because once corruption is left, it goes to the level of national security and the financial security, that's for sure. Our protests from 2013 brought many people together. They born a new community and new network of people working together, which allowed us to have a very vibrant and donor-free civil group that could do whatever they want without even official registration. So we have a short but very intense history of pushing politicians and the judiciary to act against the so-called untouchables in the politics and business. I will not bother you with details and names you don't know. Very briefly, what our experience shows, what we can do. We can expose things that media, for some reason, don't want to show or they are not allowed to show. We can put pressure on the institutions to act for their actions and to put them in a very uncomfortable position when they are very safe not to act because nobody informed them officially that there was a very important investigation like yours. But they would say, we have never been officially informed and we don't know. Very often in our country it's represented like media war. Okay, it's war between oligarchs or war between media groups, so we don't know if it's true or not. And what the civil activities can do, they can attract foreign attention, which in Eastern Europe is very important because we are all in some form of our way to European integration. Ukraine wants what I can feel here in Kiev, that Ukraine wants future in the European Union, maybe not in the short or in the medium term, but in the long term. Um, only a few words about what happens when you leave leave corruption into a system like the judiciary system. In Bulgaria, it was left for so long that it could develop enough, it could flourish. And what you see after 25 years and the communism, when the communism fell, the systems were not reformed. They were left independent. The prosecution was left independent. It was the Stalinist type of prosecution, unified, centralized, where the chief prosecutor is a king. It was left unreformed. What we see is a process called negative selection. The negative selection means that all the competent people and those with integrity are slowly but steadily driven out of the system. And people are being promoted not for their not for what they have done, investigated, researched, or prosecuted. They are promoted for what they have actually covered as a service. After 2 decades, it can bring very awful results. And as Svetlana said, we have a protest at 18:30 tonight asking for resignation of the chief prosecutor. Thank you.
Ваш випадок, Ніколай, цікавий тим, що насправді ви прекрасно знаєте, Болгарія є членом Європейського Союзу, членом НАТО, і по суті, той шлях, який ми обрали, так, і те, що ми плануємо інтегруватися в ці структури, ще не дає однозначного рецепту щодо того, що в країні ця система не є об'єднаною для того, щоб так само продовжувати корупційні оборудки. На жаль. І це продовжує наше тоді питання і
that it's not enough to say only about good things. We have good national experts, we shall teach you everything. It is not enough. Broader range of opportunities should be developed in order that anti-corruption initiatives at local level are effective, that we have watchdog initiatives at local level, same size as at national level. This spring, UNDP initiated summer school, spring school for non-governmental organization, invited national level specialists. We provided expertise to them and then offered them that within next 5 months time that will implement their anti-corruption watchdog initiatives. About $1,000 money was given. Use whatever methods or advice that you like. Demonstrate me what results you can achieve. We got 17 proposals that were supported. So out of 60 proposals, we selected 17, and we have very good, brilliant example how local level anti-corruption organization can function. One organization, I use it as an example, initiative in Lviv, a Ukrainian Galitska initiative. This is a watchdog organization. Of course, figures of disclosure is not that big at the national level. After getting a small grant, after monitoring tender operations in Western Ukraine, they could terminate tender transactions about 30 billion hryvnias in size. So results is huge. Other important initiatives regarding monitoring of unlawful construction projects. Another initiative, monitoring of assets declared and real assets that local officials have. As a result of implementation of all these initiatives, we can make several conclusions. They will help UNDP to work better, and maybe they could be of use to you as well. First of all, conclusion is that although these initiatives were all different, they had many things in common. Civil society at local level can share their experience, given some forum for communication. Second, it would be good if experts of national level could be engaged, not ad hoc as that happened within this project, this initiative and projects, but on systemic basis. Of course, all responsibility should not be on donors only or on the state, or it should be shared between all. And such fora, such platforms could be organized through different civil society organizations. Different organizations could set up a network. All that could not be done only using these networks and our level training. We need institutional support for them to become stronger, that these organizations at local level could reach same level as Transparency International for all of Ukraine. Ukraine Galitska Assembly could be same dangerous for all corruptionists in the West of Ukraine. For that, we need cooperation of all actors in Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you. Based on what Diana said and what previous panelists mentioned, that pushed me to the idea. Anti-corruption is one of the most intellectual work. You must be an international law expert to understand jurisdiction and legal system of different countries, how this or that legal act is functioning in a particular country. You must understand offshore system, how it's functioning. You must be an investigator to some extent to know how to disclose the crime, whom to seize by the hand. You should be a very daring person. Don't be afraid and to get engaged, because you can get a very serious feedback. Why I'm saying all that? In fact, lawyers that help to organize money laundering and all kind of offshore transactions, they get $100,000 as payment. They are the richest people in the world. In the same way, in our country, who is fighting with that? Activists who are paid not by the government, by international donors. Journalists are fighting that, whose salary is low. And members of parliament who also can hardly survive for their poor salary. Fight with corruption is a sphere that needs huge investment, huge efforts of intellectual character. Some university, maybe think tank. I think in Ukraine we underestimate that there should be people very highest intellectual level and knowledge. Hence I have a question to Miranda. I want to ask you, an expert of Council of Europe, a person who investigated very powerful international level transactions. Please share your example, the most interesting investigation cases that could be of use for Ukraine, to borrow experience how to do it.
Two of the most interesting.
Ну, два найцікавіших справи. Це було хабарництво телекома в Азербайджані і Узбекистані. Перше це це хабар $1 мільярд Гунарі Камірова. Від 3 телекомунікаційних компаній вона отримала хабар. 2 з компаній, представники це Швеція і Норвегія, демократичні країни, але насправді немає країни, яка була б не корумпована. Це просто питання, що відбувається, коли корупція скрита, і які є наслідки для людей. Наступне – це Азербайджан, також хабар на $1 мільярд. Про другий було якраз повідомлено нещодавно, поки що послідовних немає. І наразі реакція така, що просто люди не знають, що робити. А в Узбекистані розслідування було розпочато в Швеції, США, Нідерландах і Норвегії, також в інших країнах. $1,3 мільярда наразі заморожено.
About these cases is first that the real problem in society is not really a small level corruption. The cop who takes 10 euros on the street from somebody. It's really a high level corruption, because once you have a high level corruption, the money that should go to people and feed all the lower level ends up in the pocket of presidents, in the pockets of ministers, in pockets of corrupt officials. And actually, there's then no money in the system to pay the people at the lower level, so they can live off their salaries. If you go to Sweden, if you go to Norway, not a single person ever think about paying for doctor services. And the reason is because they can get everything they need, because the hospitals have enough equipment, there is enough resources to handle all the cases. Doctors are paid enough, so they don't need to ask somebody to pay them a small amount of money so they can feed off their family. Another thing I learned that during international investigation is that there's also a great lack of knowledge. Our law enforcement are behind. I think you said very well that criminals have all the money in the world to pay lawyers to set up a very complex schemes to go offshore, to move money around. While what happens with our law enforcement, many of them don't even speak a foreign language. And if you don't speak English, for example, or any other language, that means that any document you receive from abroad, you're not going to be able to read. You will not be able to communicate with your colleagues and request information. There is also a great lack of knowledge in terms of how to investigate these cases. Prosecutors just don't know how to deal with high-level fraud. When you have 2 top law enforcement offices in US and UK who are really doing a great job investigating these cases, but even in Sweden, what we're noticing, for example, with the Uzbekistan bribery case, they just don't know what to do with it.
because it's too complex and it's something they haven't seen. So many of our law enforcement are basically failing looking into really complex cases because they just don't know what to do with the information. And then it's also about hiring the experts, hiring people in the financial police working together. There's also a great problem with as a journalist, for us it was easy to crack these stories. Well, not easy, but easier than it would be for law enforcement, because I got involved because a colleague from Sweden said, well, I need some help in Gibraltar, could you help me out? And then once I helped in Gibraltar, I was like, okay, let's see in UK, let's see here. And I was sitting at literally in a cafe in Sarajevo doing a major parts of this work just because I had a credit card and internet access. What happens with law enforcement is if they want to if they know the language, if they understand how the money laundering works, and they do wish to get information from abroad, they'll have to go and send international assistance request, and then the authorities abroad are going to consider whether they want to help or not. And then a year later, when the crime has been already committed, all the evidence is gone, they're going to get some information, and they're not going to be able to prosecute. So that's a great advantage for us journalists and NGOs. Thank you so much. We will continue to talk about this. Ми маємо ще одного доповідача, Олексія Хмару.
We have another reporter, Alexei Khmara. Before I pass on to him, I just wanted to inform you all about this. I don't know if you paid attention, but after local elections, practically all politicians in Ukraine said wasn't so much the use of administrative resource, but bribery of voters. Having said that, only one case came to court when students were seized, and there is evidence that they were involved in voter buying scheme. And in the past, together with Mustafa, Serhiy Leshchenko, we found people who worked for Alexei Dolhanoy. And what we found, regarding the bribery of voters, all we have just a bunch of students who are guilty of bribery in the whole country. So the system seems to be searching for scapegoats, and just to show the society that yes, we are fighting. Now, Transparency International is well known worldwide as a very robust organization which develops legislative changes and implements it and then monitors the changes. From your experience, are you a friend to the system, or are you enemy of the system which is trying to fight itself? Where do you stand? Thank you, Svetlana. In this room, about 100 people talking about fighting corruption. My only request after this is to have a drink. The question is, drinking of what? Drinking culture is important. And I'd like to talk to you about making moonshine. I need 5 minutes. Often I think of what is bureaucracy, and it's water. It takes any shape, it's adaptable to any format. When it gets too hot, it starts evaporating. When the temperature gets back to normal, it turns into a water of different quality. But at the same time, different organisms and bacteria might live in this liquid, but it can also be dangerous for consumption by people and society. But there is one very important substance which interacts very well with bureaucrats. It is called sugar. Sugar is money. If there's a lot of sugar and we have lots of money, they have a wonderful dialogue together, especially if you mix them together. It becomes a great syrup. Sweet, tasting. It's very conducive to corruption environment. Everyone is happy in this, but you can't drink much of it. It doesn't quench your thirst, and you cannot develop It stifles your development. But they live great. Corrupt officials and businessmen live in one environment peacefully. Suddenly, the troublemakers come up. They say we're to change society. Civil protests crop up. They react with this environment and they use yeast. Now, if you add yeast, what happens? First, you can't see much, but over a period of time, this liquid becomes slightly sour tasting, a little murky, and it develops foam. And you have basically moonshine. You probably know what I'm talking about. Home brew. Now, this brew is quite interesting as substance for use by the society. It's not too strong. Don't worry, I'll give you the word. It it is smooth to drink, tastes well, but if you drink too much of it, you get into depression and you see enemies around, and it can also go off. It starts smelling bad. You can't approach it, and all this foamy, sour substance is only good for pouring down the toilet. Then experts come up, and international experts, donors, partners tell us what to do. They come with distilled machine and they say you can turn this into pure product and we'll get a new quality of water as a result of our high-tech manipulations, high temperatures and time. Indeed, we have a new product. It's called primary moonshine. It smells bad. You can't drink much of it. It gives you a headache. And the hidden substance, it has the alien substances there or contamination which actually causes headache. It knocks you out, it reeks, it takes your time, and it costs you money. That's why not too many people want to drink moonshine. But even here, our ancestors knew what to do next. They started to add magnesium. You probably know what that is. As tiny crystals of I don't know what, pink in color. And if you just drop a few of those crystals into a 3-liter jar, have you seen what happens? It turns pink. All this liquid turns pink. And if you let it sit overnight, in the morning you won't recognize it. Again, it's a fully transparent product, doesn't smell, much better quality, and at the bottom you have a lot of sediment. All those oils that turn into mud basically. And you just sieve it through and then you have a pure product. So the paradox of this all is that in both cases, to transform this liquid in different quality, you need yeast, such as a society that wants to change things and create revolutions, or when the society is consolidated, a more complex catalyst is magnesium. So the lesson from all this story, and I'm not promoting drinking moonshine, here are my conclusions. First, without yeast and magnesium, the liquid is a very poor quality. You and I are the yeast and the magnesium. Only we can change that. Conclusion number two, if you use the liquid at the end carelessly, even if it's well purified, it's not just about your headache, but you would behave in an unpredictable way. And finally, I'm actually against using this product. What would you use instead? Probably water. And if we want pure water, you have to pay for it. If we want to have good, decent government, we have to pay for it and control it and monitor it. Thank you. Well, I wasn't aware of all these approaches used by Transparency International, but this gives us now 25 minutes to have an open discussion and then draw some conclusions. Please raise your hand and introduce yourself. Do you have a mobile phone? Yes, please. Use the mic.
Він не працює, мені здається, так? Цей працює. От зараз ми нанесемо.
Freedom House, Lolis Lutevich. Well, I wanted to talk about open data and open government. How do we evaluate to use the data contained in there? And do you think it's going to be an effective instrument to put more pressure on the government? Question to Dmitro. Why officials never resign following corruption cases? Should we create a special foundation of those who resign and we will take care of them? Because it's always a question of whether the new society is ready to start a new life or not, or we still continue to use kickbacks and so on. Regarding open data, in Ukraine, there's lots of those. We have a law, resolution of the government, lots of different formats, and many agencies publish those. Ministry of Infrastructure, for example, post many things, and people often ask, what do we do with all that? There's no mass culture of consumption of open data. There are some important projects such as Harnahata, like who owns the best elite assets or housing? It's mostly politicians and government, or digitized declarations. Chestnut does a similar initiative. We're only just learning to use this, and I think the era of using open data will only come about in 2016-17. Why? Because it takes time. What transparency does by promoting transparency platform of electronic procurement, we teach people to use analytical modules to put this information to good use. And we want every citizen of Ukraine, without leaving his home, to see links of tendering companies to politicians and so on. And we want people from their home computer to control the whole system. But this will take some time. Regarding why officials don't resign after they've been revealed, good news is that some do, but bad news is that it's like corrupt balloon where all corrupt officials are on the hot air balloon, and they do ditch some of their cronies when they feel the hot air balloon starts descending. A good example is First Deputy Minister Oleg Barakuda, who is very close to Yatsenyuk Prime Minister, even though we managed to prove that this person and he's, by the way, he is in charge of anti-corruption reform. His assets cost cars that he cannot explain where he got it from. Nevertheless, Prime Minister keeps him there because he's in charge of all submissions on positions in the cabinet of ministers as well as the managerial positions in state-owned companies, because corruption vertical makes these decisions. It's like a corrupt corporation, and they decide whether to ditch them or not. And if not, then he'd have to do some clandestine work, controlling some appointments, and so on. This is how it works. Any other questions? Everyone, question then? Hello, Konstantin Kurtin, Internews of Ukraine. It is clear that the fighting corruption is blocked at the top level, and all our civil initiatives, such as in journalist investigations and so on, they all run into the opposition from the system because they cover each other. Are there any other ways except revolutions and lynch courts to somehow put an end to this? Tatiana Kozachenko, Sasha Drib as well. I think they will confirm that in most cases, when society gets together and demand that this official has to resign because he's corrupt or he broke another law, there is always a result. There are only a few examples of when it didn't work, and I think the reason there that the society didn't put enough pressure on them, and I think this is the main guideline to evolution. People must exhibit zero tolerance to corruption, and they say, no, we're not going to give up on this. We have many tools to find out about abuses. We have committee in the parliament, other institutions, but often it's like 30, 50, or 100 of us. But when they say 1,000, they do sacrifice. Problem is that they have many of their own, and sometimes even grow new ones. However, if we put pressure and it becomes a problem of not just one or two dozens, then we prevail. So it is important that the local organizations and activists should work together with newly elected officials on site in the regions and continue the fight. It's important to understand the reason why combating corruption is difficult in Ukraine. And the key allies of this corrupt machine is the president and the prime minister. How does this look in practice, in real life? So that, but we need to understand what prime minister and president turn a blind eye to this. Why don't they have zero tolerance to corruption? Well, imagine, you know, these people are linked to this corrupt Ukrainian class and their predecessors. Just remember, both Yatsenyuk and Poroshenko, they were never Nelson Mandela. They never spent 20 years in prison under Yanukovych. They were quite successful actually under Yanukovych. President Poroshenko was developing his business. Opposition leader Yatsenyuk was in charge of opposition force. Do you think Tymoshenko or Yatsenyuk or Lutsenko would do a better job? Well, both Tymoshenko and Lutsenko are products of this acting on stage because they are linked with prosecutors and corrupt judges. We know that Poroshenko is a great businessman, landowner, asset owner. He owns factories and plants. Karl Marx factor, Leninska Kuzня, Rybalski Ostrov. If you ask the Mr. Poroshenko how all this was privatized, he'll tell you many different stories because prosecutors, courts, judges, and officials who were privatizing all these assets illegally, they can tell you many interesting stories about how Poroshenko got those assets, or how Yatsenyuk, through his cousin, how he is friends with Vladimir Yuroshev, with Inakiev clan, and so on and so on. They are linked with thousands of threads, with judges, prosecutors, oligarchs, and it's important to sever those links and threads. That's why we see only window dressing. Remember when Lilliputians, tied Gulliver with all those threads and he couldn't even move? That's what we have here. Well, getting back to what Mitro said, I think it's not just about President and Yatsenyuk. If you look around, it might be difficult to find any business that did everything legally. So, the question arises, shouldn't we amnesty all the capitals and create zero declaration? Because unless we do that, building a new system would be impossible. My question is, do you have experience when you had a salary in an envelope on TV channels, for example, and concerns all journalists when they used to pay in envelopes? This includes STB, Channel 5. What this means is that we share this responsibility. What I'm saying is that it takes a lot more effort, although it does not contradict to what was said earlier. Now, Ronald, please, and then Kozachenko.
Provoke back for a moment, because there's a lot of talk about high-level corruptions and political corruption. But I also said earlier that it is in the genes, as the Ukrainians say, it's in our culture to be corrupt. And let me tell you some very grim picture for a moment when it talks about corruption, our survey. We identified 3 types of corruption. One is when corruption is solicited. So when the government asks for some money to take care of some business with the citizen. Another version is when the citizen goes and immediately puts the envelope in the hand of the doctor or the school director, etc. But there's a third type of corruption too that we identify, and that is the crony relationships. The he knows, she knows, friends of a relative, of an uncle, of my grandma. Let me ask you, how many of you are from Ivano-Frankivsk region? No one. How many from Lviv region? Okay. these are just two examples which we consider as like the progressive Western Ukrainian regions. Now, according to our data, these crony relationships are overtaking the experience with corruption in these regions. This is just examples again, there are others too, but these types of relationships are the ones that are forming the society. And what you're trying to do, leaders, political leaders, civil society leaders, journalists, to change this kind of behaviors. And yes, the envelopes that you mentioned, Svetlana, is one great example of that. Now, there is a good news, however. Every fourth Ukrainians say that it is us, citizens, who can do the most to stop corruption. And this didn't used to be the case in the past. This used to be below 10% in the past. Now it's 24%. Yes, they still wait the president to take care of every business. Yes, they still wait for the Rada and the prime minister to personally solve all their individual problems. But now every fourth citizen says that I can do something about this. So here's a recommendation to you, Svetlana, and all of you with lots of Facebook friends. Ask them to send a story when they didn't pay bribe, when they having the chance to pay bribe. Ask them a story when they didn't have to reach out to friends, relations, to take care of some business. And here's my story real quickly for you. Recently, I moved to a new apartment in Kyiv, and the owner of the apartment happens to be a foreign citizen himself too. And so we went to the lawyer and wanted to sign our contract. And the lawyer had asked, how much money should we put on the contract? And we were like, well, we already agreed on the price. That's what we want. Well, but you know, we can have several versions of this contract if you wish. And we were like, no. You guys are building your own country. It needs a lot of money. You guys have to pay taxes then. And the only way to pay taxes is if you put on the contract the real price of the contract. So take this as my story and collect more, please.
Thank you. Я б хотіла надати слово Тетяні
I would like to give the floor to Tetiana Kozachenko, who is the chief lustrator in Ukraine. Ministry of Justice is not a lustrator. We don't want to be called like that. Our functions are quite different. We are rather a public platform. Why so? Because here we have only representatives, democratic forces. We have only one question. Everybody knows what to do to attack the system. People for whom we have questions, they made their presentation, but there was no possibility to ask questions to them. We could have asked one question to President and Prime Minister. How much money was recovered to Ukrainian budget, embezzled money? 4,000. That was the only answer that they could have given. If we create platforms here to discuss, we don't have mechanisms. Now we have enough legislation. Even anti-corruption laws, additional laws are not needed. When prosecutor makes submission to Prosecutor General, he appoints, in fact, head of security service, head of regional administration, governor of national bank, president has his quota in cabinet of ministers has Ministry of Interior. They, having their mechanism in hands, having political will, they should do it. That we do not attack them from inside. It's no question. We are united already. My question is, as regards political existence of political, but this question remains. I agree 100%. There is an imitation of very high-level activity. This is our biggest problem. I don't know in what status we are. Maybe Alexei would say. He was telling about yeast and brew and magnesium. What are we? I don't want as magnesium to fall down into sediment and do not want to become a part of the foam. We have no time left. There is history, we must move forward. No possibility to come back. Sorry for being too enthusiastic, taking the floor. We have memoranda, everything's understood, we're saying same things. But you cannot take a caterpillar and put the wings of the butterfly to it and make a butterfly. It must be changed from inside. But these internal changes, metamorphosis, what shall we get? Shall we get some distorted creature, or at least a real butterfly will appear? And last but not least, when I was coming to civil service, I knew that there will be strong resistance. People will make bad things, open criminal cases against me. I was ready to go to prison even. Nothing is happening. Nobody is dealing with us. Probably I'm working too bad because nobody has dismissed me yet, not incriminated anything. I thought that the changes will follow, that there is a political will, and the state, when violating the fundamental rights of its own people, well, I thought changes will follow. I was mistaken. I was mistaken 2 times. Therefore, same questions remain. Thank you. These questions are not to you. Go to them. Ask question to them jointly with you. Thank you, Tanya. We do go there every day. Only 5 minutes is left. I will ask every panelist 15 seconds to each of you. One main thing that should be done in Ukraine to make this fight of corruption successful. Rona, please, first, one thing that should be done.
Citizen, say no to corruption.
Дякую.
Thank you. Reflecting to what Tatiana said, in order that caterpillar becomes a butterfly, all this mechanism should function and such changes will happen. We want all country to turn caterpillar into a butterfly. The most difficult thing, not to be in the situation in the darkness and you are beating your head over the wall. The most difficult things when you are in the room, the walls are covered with cotton wool and you cannot do anything. So we shall break the walls and get out. In conclusion, I want to say that despite all pessimism expressed, strategically Ukraine has made this choice. And 15 years later, if we do not surrender, we shall look like modern Lithuania, Estonia. We wanted it faster, but it cannot happen, unfortunately.
And the civil sector, they may be very uncomfortable for many people at times, but you will need them one day.
I would say that the people of Ukraine have shown that they really have a power in society to make a difference. So it's just a matter of keeping a momentum and also making a difference every day with the new laws, with opening records and just promoting the transparency.
I also want to join to the opinion that we will surprise our own selves in a pleasant way. In the very end, I want to thank organizers, I want to thank our audience, I want to thank our panelists. At last, we understood that amount of magnesium in this strong drink should be increased. And Dmitro started with this fight between Montecchi and Capoletti. Don't forget that, first of all, this is the story of great love. And despite the death in the end, this is a positive story. And I think that our fight is a positive story. Earlier or later, we shall get very positive results. Thank you all. Enjoy your evening.